Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals at Zero to make the best game ever. Good, last session I was investigating how we proceed with the code formatting of the entire code base. Okay, so I wanted to test the formatting with Uncrustify, right? How do we do that? Uncrustify.cfg. So I already installed Uncrustify here, the program. Let's let's see what we can do here. Scripts cpp. Let's add this Uncrustify cfg. Uncrustify cfg. Okay, let's just copy paste here what the ChatGPT had suggested. Okay. And how do we execute that? Recursively on the folder. Uncrustify, C, replace, no backup. Yeah, test. Okay. Okay, so instead of Clang format, let's do the Uncrustify. So, so that will be Uncrustify, comma, this guy. And file name. Check true. Okay. Okay, let's do only the first one. So I will put a break here. Yeah, just run it on one guy. Let's say here, Uncrustify, man, this name. Uncrustify file. We take this. Uncrustify cfg. Current DM. There you go. Okay, and then we put that here, yeah? Uncrustify file. Yeah. Maybe we should probably escape this, right? So we make an F string, and then like this. Yeah. And then we do the same here. F, dum, 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 file name. Just in case there are spaces in the file path, right? Okay. Okay, so I think this might work. Maybe. Okay, let's reset this file change. Okay, so there we are, and doesn't work. The system cannot find the file. Which file? File not found. Uncrustify. But it was found here. Uncrustify. It certainly works here. Did I type it wrong or uncrustify? No, that's correct. The system cannot find the file. Which file? No backup. No backup. What could be the problem? Let's put this into another args equals this. And we say args equals args. Okay. Okay, let's see about that. So now the args say, yeah. So this looks correct to me. So this is the config, and this is the file name to process on. Maybe it doesn't recognize it with these quotes. Let's try without the quotes then. That also doesn't work. Maybe I installed Uncrustify after this was launched. Maybe we need to restart Visual Studio Code. That could be. Let's try that. No. Okay, but that's different now. Return non-zero, exit state is 70. Okay, what does that mean? Uncrustify error codes. Wiki. How do we find out what the error means? Calling uncrustify or invoking uncrustify fails with error code 70. What does that mean? With process error code 70. What does that mean? Uncrustify its own set of exit codes. Error 70 is one of them. Invalid configuration file. It happens when your uncrustify has a typo, unsupported option, or a wrong value. Run with C, but without formatting a file. Check. Reports config errors directly. Verbose. Okay, let's run it on verbose. -v, yeah. Okay, so here we have -v, -f. Okay, let's try that. Uncrustify. Oh, that has now worked. That has worked. But it didn't do anything. Okay, let's do a minus check. Verbose. That doesn't work. Uncrustify -c. Config check test CPP. I am using version this. Okay. So let's try a different config. That did nothing. That returns exit state is 66. The new with the new config, the Uncrustify program returns error code 66. Command line argument error. Oh. So now it's 70 again. Okay, let's do the minus v here at the end. Oh, why is it so difficult to invoke a program? Let me say the only thing it prints is that the only thing the program prints is got it. It exits with code 6 or confirms unclassified, didn't find or couldn't read the config file. If that file isn't there or is misnamed, you will get exit code 66. Current dear unclassified file. I mean, it should be correct, right? Let me see. This file here. That's a correct file. Put that in here. Oh well, almost. That doesn't open. Oh, it opens a different app. It opens cursor. Okay. Uncrustify. Oh, why is it so difficult to invoke a program? It's outrageous. Okay, let's remove all this. Okay, let's remove these quotes again. Aha. Unknown option, talk long. Okay, we're making progress. Making progress. Okay, let's remove this. So I guess in Python already puts quotes around these things on its own. It returns the following. Thank you. Talk lang. Okay, let's try that then. Okay, let's reset that. As language CPP. Okay. What did it do now? Oh, wow, that worked. It did touch something else here, though. But I guess that's fine. Okay, that looks very, very promising. Very promising. That works. Yes, please also give me the other assignments. Yeah, other assignment operators. Add spaces around assignment operators. Cool. Then let's do that. Star star. What is this? I've never seen this operator. Star star equal. What? Okay, but there must be some other language. Like, this is not a C++ thing, or is it? Cool. This looks very promising. I don't know why the formatting is so weird here. Let's do it like so. Okay. Oh, oof. Okay, let's run that. Yeah. Unknown option. Oops. Oh, that's not good. It returns, it says there's only one option that controls all assignment like operators. SP assign add doesn't exist anymore in your version. Those were from much older Uncrustify builds. Okay. Is that so? Okay, let's apply it to many files. Let's say also created for uncrustify. That's requires uncrustify, requires installation of uncrustify version on path. Okay, this looks very promising. Then let's apply this to all the files and let's take a look what it does. Yeah. I hope it will also understand ENL files. Oh, there was some. Error. Uh-oh. File name. Oof. Okay, what happened here? Exception. Okay, it seems to have some problem with AI pathfind.cpp. Well, it's a huge file. Okay. Okay. Pathfind. Line 38888. Okay, let's see what's in there. Let's see what we have so far. Okay, so it also applies some unrelated fixes, which is not too bad. Yeah. But we should try to isolate that. Okay, so it also applies more formatting than we want currently, but maybe we can ignore that. Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing too many assignments here. Yeah. Okay, let me ask, how do we prevent uncrustify? How do we prevent it from applying white space changes? Ignore everything else. White space, indentation, new lines. Ignore. Okay, let's try that. NL end of file. That actually we can enable NL end of file. Default ignore. How do we enable it? Add. Force. What does that mean? Okay, what's the difference between add and force? What is this? Okay, let's set it to add. Okay, so here it complains about... We check this another time. Okay, let's reset those files again. Okay. Add new line, add end of file. Okay, let's just do the first file. Unknown option sp parent. Okay, it still applies stuff. Indent with tabs. Indent with tabs. Indent with tabs. Indent columns. It's a space here. Then with tabs. so many options. Let's do like a couple files. Int if I'm equals to like 8 files, break. It still modifies other white space. Are there more options to ignore? Set all spacing options to ignore. SP. Okay, that's a good idea. Uncrucify. Okay. It's cd d uncrustify minus options. So .txt cfg options. Okay, that's a lot. Okay. SP underscore. Oof, ignore. Default add. Okay, so we need to find all these things that he has not set on to ignore. Okay. Okay, let's do that. That would take a while, I think. Okay, so we have enum brace. How about we just copy this whole thing and we just filter it here. Okay. Okay, let's go from the top. So everything that is not ignore, we need to take a look at. So this guy, this guy. Force. Yeah. CPP 11 shift, I have no idea what that means. Can't move the space. So basically what it does here, it has like some defaults that they think is reasonable in all formats. And we basically we want to ignore all these because we make our own rules, right? Yeah. Ignore. Yeah. False. Okay, so these are the default options now. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. Okay. All right. Okay, this we probably don't care. Okay, so then let's set all these to ignore. 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 Okay, so this we don't care. This we don't care. This I don't care. If true. Don't care. Ignore, ignore. Okay, I think the rest we can all delete. Okay. Okay, let's remove this. Let's remove this here one as well. Okay. Good, let's run these guys. Let's see what happens. Actually, hold on, we need to clean up the files first. Okay, let's run this guy. Okay. Okay, still applies some formatting. Yeah. That's some indent rule here. Yeah. Okay, let's go for the indent rules. Indent. There's no ignore. Oof. They have indent ignore functions, thingies. Let's let me search for these guys. Indent ignore. Indent ignore. So what if we set all these guys to true? True. Okay, I don't know if that will be the silver bullet, probably not. But it already looks more promising than one we had with Clang formats. Okay, so it still applies some white spacing here. Yeah. 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 I don't want these here. Um, indent columns. The number of columns to indent per level. What does that mean? Does that refer to this here? The number of columns to indent. Level of columns. Okay, what happens if we set it to 1? Oof. Okay. Indenting options, indent columns. Indent with tabs. 1. Two. Let's set it to 2 then. Two. Okay, now this looks correct here, but this looks wrong. Oh boy. Indent columns. Do we need to set that to 0 maybe? Indent columns. The number of columns to indent per level. Okay, what happens if we set it to 0? Well, that doesn't look right. Okay, what happens if we disable it? So that would be 8 again. Aha. Okay, that's more like it. But now it's wrong here. Why is it this block quote? What is it doing here? Okay, so somehow it now put what? Okay, so comments somehow want to have no indent now. Okay, why is that? Comments. Let's search for comments. Indent comment with tabs. Yes. True. Indent comment with tabs. True. Let's run this. Oof, still wrong. Okay, here it fixed this. I think this is fine. Yeah. This I don't understand. Why is it removing the tab in front of the comment? Why is it removing the tab in front of the comment? Indent comment with tabs. True. I mean, clearly that should work, right? Let's do here indent, search for all indent comment options. Okay, there's only this one. Let's search for CMT underscore. What kind of options we have. Comment width. Indent comment with tabs. So somehow this is not working. Let me do a fresh start. Let's reset these guys again and apply it again freshly. Yeah, this looks better. I don't know what's going on here though. It shouldn't have done that. Okay. I think that's a different topic then. Yeah. Okay, but this is fine. This is now looking good. Okay. Where do we set the width of tabs? Comment with tabs. Let's search for width. Width. Code width. Comment width. Try to wrap comments. No. Code width. I was hoping that there's an option to specify that the preferred width, the how you say, like tell how wide the tab character should be to the user. Okay, that I don't understand. Why is it replacing the space here with a tab? Why is it doing that? Didn't comment with tabs. Maybe that's why. Didn't with tabs. Man. Okay, let me search for this here. Yeah, that I don't understand. Why did it do that? Probably because it thinks that these are 4 characters wide. Maybe. Yeah. So that would be +2 +5 +7 +7 characters. Sorry, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't quite understand why it touched this guy. Can we... So if we set this to false, then what? Okay, what did it do here? So it turned this tab into spaces. Why? Into 5 spaces. Why does it do that? Probably because it treats... My suspicion is it adds... Huh. No, I don't know. That's very fast. But yeah, why 5? Maybe it converts 1 tab to 4 spaces plus 1 extra white space. Why is it doing this? Let me see. Comments. What other options we have here for comments? Indent. Let's search for CMT. Comments. Indent multi. What is that? To apply changes to multi-line comments. Star cont. CMT star cont. Star cont. Space before star count. Yeah. Okay, let me ask, how do we set it to pad inline comments with one space? After slashes, before the slashes. Before the slashes. Okay, let's search for CMTSP. No such option. How do we let me ask a different question. Uncrustify currently modifies this line to this line. How do we prevent that? Align trailing comments. Is that a thing? Yeah. Doesn't exist. Thanks. Pad all trailing comments to align in a column. It suggests me comments options here that don't exist here. Align trailing comments. Okay. Okay, let's not add this. Oh man. Yeah, it shouldn't turn these into tabs. Yeah. No, it didn't. But it did it here. Okay. Okay, but it looks truly minimal now. Well, except for this one here. For colon. Let's set this to false. Const r colon const r. Class colon. Jesus, what did it do here? So it is doing some nonsense that I can tell. Like this, why is it not touching this but the other lines? Why is it doing this? Oh man. So it does weird things, yeah. What did it do here? Oof. How do I tell Uncrustify to treat inline indentation as two spaces? Or to treat, how do I tell Uncrustify to treat, to convert two tabs, to convert, how do I tell Uncrustify to not convert tabs, inline tabs, non-leading tabs. Tab preserve. Controls where the tabs inside the code are preserved. Aha. But this option probably doesn't exist again. I can already feel it. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Tab preserve. Indent by one level. Preserve original indentation. Preprocessor. Shift expression. here. Tab preserved does not exist in version in that was tabs 1. All tabs spaces. That was tabs. Tab size. Tab size. That probably also doesn't exist, right? Input tab size. Input tab size. Original size of tabs in the input. How about we set these to 2. Oof. Oof. It totally does not what I expected it to do. Oh. Oh boy. Yeah. It applies more formatting than we wanted. This is weird. Yeah. This is also weird. Let me see if there's anything with a 5 equals 5. Nope. Then with tabs, then columns. Tab converted to spaces. Tabs. Keep leading tabs for indentation. It's really upsetting that these tools are so bad that you can't configure the things precisely. I don't understand why they do this. If I write a program, then like I would just make it like, okay, I have this one option, and it can be applied in isolation of everything else. I don't understand why these rules apply so randomly. You know, it's weird. Like just give a formatter that by default just does nothing, right? You run it and it applies nothing, and then you opt in all the different things. I don't understand why they don't design it that way. Why they have to make it retarded? It's weird. It's really weird. Yeah. Okay. To me, it looks like they. It looks like this is intentional here. That it puts this 5 spaces here. Yeah, maybe it's just a. Is there anything about includes? Include. Let's say PP, preprocessor. PP. Indent. PP indent. Indent in guard. PP space count. PP indent count. What is that? Specifies the number of columns to indent preprocessor per level. Space after ignore. Okay. Okay, some options maybe we just have to accept that it does that. I mean, this is not a big deal. It's just some includes here. Okay. This one is a bit upsetting here. I don't know how to fix that. Initializer, do we have something like that? Brace initializer. Add or remove. Initializer. Not before. Class initializer colon. Constructor colon. Okay, let me set that to false. Aha, now that worked. Okay, that's cool. Okay. I appreciate that. Okay, but we still have this problem here. I suspect that this was a tab character here. Maybe. And then it does this weird. And this is also weird. So it looks like, to me, it looks like it replaces all inline tabs with 4 spaces. It looks like Uncrustify replaces all inline tabs with 4 spaces. How do we control that? There must be somewhere. We are zeroing in. Indent with tabs. Use spaces for indentation. Tab size 4. But tab size doesn't exist, right? It's again hallucinating, isn't it? There's input tab size and output tab size. Input tab size. Original size of tabs. Output tabs. Align with 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 tabs. Okay, so what happens if we set align with tabs to true? What's that? Align with tabs. True. Okay, let's see. Okay, it still touches it. It still turns it into spaces. Turns every tab to 4 characters. Why? Every tab to 4 characters. Align with tabs. Okay, what happens if we input tab size? Let's set that to 2 and output tab size. I don't know, 0. Just experimenting. It's really poorly explained what this does. So I think we need to experiment a bit. Output tab size is less than the minimum value 1. Is that a problem? Oh, now it looks different. Okay, at least it looks good now. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, it looks good, but it is throwing warnings. Yeah. Output tab size. Align with tabs. Input tab size. Output tab size 1. Align with tabs. Okay, so it looks good now. What happens if we set now this to... If we don't change this, what happens then? That complains. Okay. Oh. Oof. Okay, that's unexpected. Why is it doing this now? What is this? It seems so... Why is this now? Align with tabs. It seems so random. Like, why is it now doing all these here? What is this? Why do we have 8 tabs now? What is this? That makes no sense. Let's do it again. Let's run it again. Yeah, that I don't understand now. Why this? So when we had it to 0, put tab size. That was tabs. Put tab size. Let's run it like this one more time. Okay, so now it's complaining. Requested value 0. is less than the minimum. Yeah. So it is complaining, but it looks good. How does this make sense? How does it, I don't understand how this makes sense. Does it like default to then some proper setting? Like, how does this work? Like, it looks good now. It looks really good. It replaces this tab here with a space. That's fine. It does things here. Weird. That's really weird. Output tab size 0. Input tab size 2. Align with tabs. Okay, so what happens if we let me make a copy of this. So this reports errors, yeah, or warnings, but it looks good. So what happens if we set this to this and this to 1 and then this? What happens then? It's mystery options, really. I wonder if they actually test their own code when they write these tools. Okay, so now, okay, this looks even better. Look at this. Now we have one space here. That's great. Okay, this looks good. And we have no errors, right? No warnings, yeah. Okay, I like this. Actually, hold on. Oof. Never mind. Now this looks wrong here. Okay. Okay, let's put this to 2. Let's see what happens then. Now it puts 2 here and 1 here. Okay, now this looks correct here. Yeah. Okay. Maybe this is acceptable. I would like that this would be one space here. Yeah. So here it converted the tab to one space. Ah, then here it was 2 tabs? Ah, here it was 2 tabs. No, it's 1 tab. Why is it 2 spaces then? That I don't understand. There's 1 tab here. 1 tab. Here. 1 tab character and it put 2 spaces here. Why? makes no sense. It makes really no sense. Actually. Yeah, actually, maybe he looks at like the complete length from the start and then he taps it that way. That could be. Aha. Yeah. That could be, yeah. Okay, I think I understand what it does, yeah. Can we prevent it from changing the indentation of switch case labels? Can we prevent... Can we uncrustify to ignore indentation levels in switch case labels? Switch case. Let's search for case. This is also strange here. It does some weird shit, yeah. Ugh. Does some weird shit. I don't like this here. Okay, what if we... What if we do 1 input tab size, output tab size 1? What happens then? Unable to rename. Okay, that's even weirder, isn't it? That's some weird shit behavior. Line with tabs. Oh. Weird. I don't know how to properly control this bullshit. Can we disable alignment at all? Line. Don't mess with the line. Ignore a line. Line. Align keep tabs. Uh-huh. Yeah, align keep tabs, please. Keep tabs, yeah. Keep tabs, true. That looks good. Let's see if that works. Align keep tabs. Uh-huh. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Nice. But it still does this here. Huh. Align keep tabs. Align keep extra space. True. Okay, it still does some weird shit here. Turns a tab into 6 spaces. Why? Well, I mean, it's not too bad, right? Yeah. I don't like this here. How can we ignore white space changes? How can we ignore formatting in block comments? Block format ignore. Don't reformat block comment in text. Block comment text. Don't adjust indentations. Is this a hallucination again? Comment block. Let's see. Yeah, it's hallucinating. No, hold on. That's the wrong file. Yeah, it is hallucinating. Let's search for block. Group C comments that look like they are in a block. Yeah, how do we tell it to please ignore formatting in block comments? Don't touch it. Stop touching it. How do we do that? Comment C group. New line before the closing. CPP comments. C comments. Group CPP comments. Group CPP comments that look like they are in a block. Can we ignore this? Can we ignore this? These CMT block settings options do not exist. Uh, Can we? Maybe there is a way. It's weird that it touches it so weirdly here. It's really, it's a bad formatting here on these, yeah. It's so random what it does here, yeah. Really random. Yeah. Maybe we should change them all to C comments. Let's see. Oof. Oof. Nope. Interesting. Then multi. Whether to convert all tabs to spaces and comments. Aha. Convert tab to spaces, false. Whether to apply changes to multi-line comments. Aha. Indent multi. Okay, let's set that to false. I think that fixed our problem. Yeah, cool. Okay, looks like we found the right setting. Fantastic. Okay, now the next question is, what about the switch case thingies? It would be great if we could avoid changing the tabbing there, but yeah, the problem is I expect that some will be written like this now and others will be written like this. So I wonder what we should do there. Case. Case. Switch. Let's search for switch. Indent switch body. Spaces to indent the body of a switch before any case. Indent switch case. Spaces to indent case. Indent case from switch. Indent columns. Indent columns. Indent case brace. Indent switch break with case. Indent case shift. Indent ignore label. Whether to ignore indent for go to labels. Indent ignore case brace. Indent ignore case brace. Indent ignore. We already have that true. Indent switch body. Switch case. So what if we set that to 1? What happens then? 1. Then it puts 1 space. Okay, that's weird. Then switch case 1. How do we tell uncrustified to indent switch case labels with a tab character? Indent case. Well, that option probably doesn't exist. That's my best guess. Indent case. Spaces to shift the case line without affecting any other lines. don't know. I mean, I'm not opposed to what it does here, but the problem is it will touch a lot, and it would be great to avoid that for starters. Yeah. Okay, let's apply the formatting to more files and see how it looks now overall. Probably more problems, right? We just tested it on a few files now. Yeah. Yeah. So it would be great if we could avoid this. This looks bonkers. Indent comment with tabs false. Maybe it does that because we set this to whether to indent comments that are not at a brace level with tabs on a tab stop. Indent comments with tabs. With tabs. Indent comment with tabs. Comments. Indent with tabs. Okay, what happens if we set it to true? 16. Still does this bullshit here. What? Why is it doing this? Why is it? That makes no sense, yo. Man. It does good stuff here, but then it does this weird stuff. Okay, I think this is fair, this here. But why this? That makes no sense. What does it? I think it makes no sense. Okay, that's now this is strange. Then comment with tabs. It does some weird shit. I don't understand what's going on here. It's some bonkers stuff. Yeah. Inputs tab size 2. Tab size 2. Okay, so that's not helpful. Why is it doing that? Let me search for case here. Case, intent case, brace. Case, indent. I think those examples are bonkers. I don't see any difference here. Okay, so it does a lot of good changes here. Like it gets rid of all these inconsistencies in the leading spaces, so that's good, but it does some weird shit here. Hey, what is this bullshit? Like, why is it like randomly adding some spaces in here? That makes no sense. How does this look now? Let me see. Yeah, what the hell is that? That makes no sense. To me, this looks like a bug in the tool that it touches these lines because there's no justification for this. It makes no sense. Like, why would it touch this? Maybe because there is this one space character and that triggers some logic. Right? Something like that. Triggers some logic there. Similar to what it does here, right? It just touches it. I mean, there must be some behavior that triggers this. There must be some setting here that does it. Yeah. Align. Keep tabs. Align with tabs. Keep. Let's see if there's some other keep settings. Keep. Nope. What else could that be? Possible. there be? Position keep. Must be indent. Align. It looks like it's an align option, isn't it? Let's search for align. Align left shifts. Whether to align continuous statements at the parentheses if false or that is followed by a new line. This one tab. Align parent. Okay. Align assign. So regarding the game audio, I wonder what happens if we put a tab here and tabs here. What happens then? Maybe it only screws up because there are spaces in here, and then it doesn't know what to do. So what about we do it like this? Yeah. Let's create a new branch. Create a new branch. Uncrustify. Let's say work in progress. Uncrustify. Apply manual formatting to help uncrustify. Okay, so we do this. Let's see what it does then. If we like clean up the junk here. So now, what was the file? Game audio. Game audio. And then common, yeah. Okay, and then we run it again. Game audio. Okay, it looks different now. It looks different now. It still does some shit here. But less. It does less shit. A little bit less shit. But it still has shit in here. Why? Because it was starting with leading spaces. Maybe that's why. Yeah, something is throwing it off here. Yeah. So if we let's revert these again. Then we do this. And then we run it again. And now game audio. Aha, see, so somehow the space in there, it throws it off. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Throws it off. I suspect here's a similar story, because we have a space here and then somehow it thinks it should put some spaces here as well. Keep tabs, keep extra space. Oops. Here. I suspect that when it sees these inconsistencies here, it thinks, I need to touch the file and the line, and then it just applies some formatting that it can. That's weird. I wonder how we can avoid this. Maybe we should apply a two-step formatting. First, we manually remove all leading. Yeah, this could help. We can. How about we say, if how do we find the first non-white space character in, how do we find the first non-white space character in a string with Python? Thanks. Lstrip. Reset match. Non-white space. Okay. Match. Just here. Oof. Non-white space begin index. How about we do while true if for ch in line, if ch dot is white space is space, if let's say if ch if not is space, if not is space, if not is space, then break. Otherwise, if ch is space, then ch equals tab. Hold on, we need enumerates. Enumerates. Index ch. Line index equals tab. I hope that's allowed. Okay, then we don't need the while true. So that means replace all leading white space with tabs to help uncrustify. Okay. Okay, then we move this up here. Now the problem with this is it's quite expensive, isn't it? Okay, I think we no longer need this one here. So ch break. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. Okay. Let's put a breakpoint here. Okay, there we go. And that's rows. Oh shit. We can't how do we modify a string? How do we modify a character in a Python string? Strings are immutable. Oh really? We have to do it like this? Oh, that's some bullshit, isn't it? You have to create a new string. Jesus Christ. Okay, then we say line equals line index plus tab plus line index plus 1. Okay. Okay, so here we have this, and then line becomes that, yeah. Wait, so it will now replace every single... let's do... let's do it differently. Let's do if ch is that... Wait, index. Ch. Say, and line index +1 is that. So length equals 1. Then we say if the next one is also space, then we put length to 2, and then here we do length. Yeah, but then the problem is that let's do range. Len line ch. So ch0, ch1 line index +1, ch0, so line index say here if ch1 is that length 2, length if not a space break. Okay, is that fair? Yeah, but this is a bit tabs. I think what I need to do is with here line length and then here we need to say line length minus equal 1, because essentially we're removing one character. Let's call this ch length. Line lem. I think that's about right. I hope so. Let's oof. Well, okay, let's have it run through. Oh boy. I see. Okay, so we can already stop it. Let's do another check here. If oh shit, we don't have this here. I had some naive block comment recognition. In block comments. Say here if not in block comments. Now the question is, why is it not changing the leading tabs here? What is this? Oh, that's wild. It's totally ignoring it here. Why? That makes no sense. Oh man. Always doing bullshit, isn't it? Total bullshit. Hmm. 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 That makes no sense. Because of this here. Because there's a block comment at the end. That's why. Let's see. Uh-huh. 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 Hmm. 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 Okay. And there's an exception as well. String index out of range. Hmm. about here? If it's slider in block comment begin index. Say if in block comment 0. String index out of range. While line say while after scope index is smaller than len line and line let's say if break there's no break. X after scope index is smaller than Okay, let's try that. Oh boy. Hold on, this is wrong. Min. Okay. It went through without crashing, so that's good. Uh-huh. Okay. That I don't understand. Oh. Okay. Okay, that didn't work correctly. If else len equals len. Who would have thought that formatting carefully is so difficult? Yeah, the easiest certainly is to just slap a bullshit formatting over all files. That's the easiest. Yeah. These tools are not great. They're probably good, but not great. Yeah. A lot of errors. No, it's probably not so easy to implement all this formatting stuff. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, that looks promising. Yeah. I think this this will help Crustify. Yeah. 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 Okay. Cool. Because then it no longer has this mix of space or tabs in the front. And my suspicion is that this will help it to make the right decisions. So basically we have a pre-processing. Oh, it did touch this one here. Okay, that was not intended. Block comment begin index. That's why. So if it already is in a block comment, then we do this. Yeah, maybe we can put this here. Okay, let's do the following. Let's also reset this one here. Reset current branch to here, mixed. Yeah, let's reset this one. Let's see how that looks. Okay, I think that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be pretty as long as we get rid of all the leading spaces. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, I think this looks good. We have a winner. Here we have some space though. Okay. Why did it not touch this one here? Should have touched it, no? Or not? Utility deer. It also didn't touch this one here. Okay, look, it fails to touch some lines. Why that is, I cannot say. Here's the same. Man, why do we have so many errors? I wonder if there's an error somewhere here. In block comment. True. I suspect that there's a problem here with this logic. Yeah. Block comments. So the block comment begins when we find this, yes. Then we have an index. And the block comment ends when we have this. Okay. If we are already in the block comment, then we set this to 0. I have the suspicion that somehow this affects it here. How exactly, I don't know. Here's the same. See, after this and then here it works, and before it didn't. So there's something wrong here. I just can't see it right now. In block comment, false. Block comment begin index, end index. We are in a block comment. In block. We're in a block. Yeah. Let me ask ChatGPT. I want to detect block comments begin and end in Python. Currently looks like so. But it does not work correctly. Why? Returns -1 if not found, but your code then sets in block comment true whenever this. That's fine, but your if in comment block line overwrites the index. Yeah, but the problem here is I want the index, so I need to work with the index somehow. Need to work with the begin index somehow, because otherwise I will not be processing code before an inline block comment. It's very complicated. Block comment. So we have a begin, yes. So this could be -1, and then we search for an end beginning from -1. That's fine. If we are already in a block comment, and we set the index to 0, yeah. And then it also doesn't matter if we go in here because block comment already is true. If we have a block comment end index, we say set in block comment false for the next iteration to know that. To me, this looks correct, but it's somehow not acting right. I don't understand why. Let's put some breakpoints here. In block comment line. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, and then we have this one, and then line is that, okay. And now in block comment will be set to false, and the index is still 0, that's fine. Block comment begin index, yeah. No, it works correctly. I don't understand the problem. Block comment. How can we recognize the block? There must be some way. There must be some way to do this. I can't figure it out right now. But we need it, because otherwise it will modify these block comments, which we don't want. By the way, I think what we can do here is for line alliance, lines, enumerates, lines, index line, lines, index equals line. Yeah, how do we solve this? To me, this block comment recognition is naive, but it looks like it should work for our common use cases. Now, there could be some edge cases where it doesn't work properly. So, for example, if the block comment is at the start of the line and then there's some code behind this block comment, then it would not work. But I think that's a very rare scenario, and if it's rare, we don't care. So it looks like it should work, right? That we have this begin index, and if we have an index and we know, aha, there's a block comment beginning there. Yeah, which is either inline or from the start of the line, then it would be 0, right? So block comment begin index. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's too naive then. Okay. Maybe we should do an R find, reverse find, find the last one. Maybe actually we find the first one and then we find here. Let me do a line find, line R find, like this. Yeah, this would definitely find the last one. Or we could also just do R find. R find. Well, behind the last one. Let's give that a spin. Oh man. Crash. Is there like a bright lines? Yes. Okay, where was it failing before? Do we know? By the way, I wonder. Oh, that's probably fine. Okay, let's see if we find any errors. Basically, any untreated lines, that would be an error. There are probably some edge cases, but if it's just 0.001% of lines, and I don't really care. I just want to address the bulk of it. Right. It can also be always be edge cases. Okay, so far I don't see an error, but I don't trust it yet. Let's keep looking. Let me actually search for, so here's still wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe this is all too complicated here for me. Yeah. Formatting this code is an absolute nightmare because there's just so much bullshit in this format. Okay, so why did it not format this? What is this? Okay, well, it's impossible to search for this. Yeah, but here we still have this. Yeah. Okay, so I have the impression it still doesn't work correctly. So if we remove this and we just do that, then it's fixed. Yeah, so it is a block that somehow does it. Now it's fixed here, as you can see. Yeah, good. Yeah, so the problem is it will attach all the block quotes. Block this, yeah, which we don't want. Yeah. Let me think about this one more time. Yeah, so what is the simplest way to recognize the block comment correctly? Not in block, line finds, and block comments. I would like it to be simple and give me the first index. Give me the first index the block comment starts at, and if the block comment started at an earlier line, then the begin index should be 0, signaling that it applies to the whole line. Fuck. But what is this here? If begin index is -1, set it to -1. What? How does this make sense? Oh my gosh. Okay, how about we try this? And block comment false. This makes no sense to me here. What is this? Okay, let's see if that works. One day we'll figure out. Maybe in 2 years. Maybe give me 5 years and I will figure it out. Maybe 10 years. How hard can it be? So. Okay, so I did fix this one. Yeah. Is it working? Okay, I have no idea why this would be working now. Let's look out for some errors. I'm not seeing errors right now in block comments. If it's in block comment, find the ends. If and block comment false. Block comment false. Block comment begin. If it works, it works. Okay, so this works now the way I hoped it would work. Yeah. Reads. Writes. Process. Okay, so with this stuff in place, let's assume that this is now all correct. Let's do a pre-process commit here. Hold on. Okay, so let's say a pre-process white space, leading white space. Okay, and then now on top of this, we will now run the other one. So we go up here, yeah. So we have this here done. So we return here. Okay, now we run the uncrustify and on 16 files for testing. Let's see how that looks. Let's see. So it does all that. Now the problem is it will be hard to see the diff. Yeah. Yeah. Let me run this over all files and see where it crashes. Currently crashes on something, right? Maybe we should actually... Let me stop this. Let's do the following. We revert all of this again. We first need to oh shit. Now we also... Well, that's not good. We also... deleted some other changes we did here. Okay, so here it crashes in pass find CPP. Line 388. 38888. Unexpected. I don't see anything suspicious here. Unexpected for V-brace open. I don't know what the problem here is. I get the following error when running Uncrustify. What does this mean? Parser expected a that, but got that. Macro heavy code. Nested template expressions. Okay, but there's nothing complex about this code. It's super simple code. It's only a big file, that's about it, right? Yeah. Man, why are so many problems? It's a big file. It's a big file. Can we agree that formatting code is hard? Yeah. Very hard. Just so much that can go wrong, right? So many errors. Numwall pieces. 0. I don't see what's wrong here. Let's see. The offending code looks like so. Completely valid. Getting confused by the for loop with braces and semicolons. No limitation of that version. Its parser is brittle around loops. What? Maintains a stack of open blocks. It expects certain closing token when it sees a semicolon after ++I or for the for loop. Its parser sometimes misaligns the stack. Multi-line constructs. I think ChatGPT has no idea what it's talking about. It just makes up answers. Okay, so is there anything wrong? We have a semicolon here and here. It looks fine. We have an enum here. And yeah. Maybe we can refactor the code a bit so Uncrustify is happy. Original column text is that, type is parent close. Unexpected for vbrace open. Okay, what happens if we comment this? What happens? I mean, it passes so many other files, so it must be something odd in here. Maybe there's something nearby or before that trips it. Something odd, some weird, something that compiles but shouldn't be there. There we go. Okay, it's still errors. Ah, it's in general. It's not 0 hour. Ah, we are looking at the wrong file. Let me open the correct file. Generals. 3888. Aha. Okay, that looks different. Aha. Aha. Indeed, that looks wrong, doesn't it? Ah. There's a... I see. It's behind an if-def. So we will need to remove this. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, that was a legitimate issue. Let me let's reset this. Okay, let's fix compile errors that trip, fix code format errors, syntax errors that trip uncrustify. Okay, and then we run it again. Oh, oops, wrong file. Maybe it's the only one, but maybe there's more. Let's see. there's another one. Audio settings. Audio settings.h. Line 44. Unexpected colon. Oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. But it's valid code here. Unexpected colon. What you could do is you could move it here to help it, maybe. It's not great though. Yeah. Okay, well, I think the easiest fix here, well, refactor would be to just do it here. Audio settings, yeah. Okay, let's run it again. Very upsetting. Okay, let's look a bit around. This one is weird here. Header. Huh. Yeah, why is it doing this? Okay, that looks wrong. It removes all indentation in headers. C header. That's another one. C header. CPP. How do we tell? How do we tell Uncrustified to treat headers as C++ headers? The language of a file is determined by CFG file ext. Maybe treat as C headers. -L CPP. Is that correct? Yeah. Doesn't exist. ChatGPT is lying again. Let's search for file ext. File ext. CPP. Okay. So we say .h .cpp .hpp .enl. Okay, so our next crash is with sparse match finder in generals, line 205. Expected got const expo. Oof. Maybe it's because it's treating it as a C header file. Not a CPP header file. Okay. Let's can we do a no. Okay, it still failed. So somehow it thinks that we can't have an if const expr. Oh boy. Oh, that sucks. 1134. Yeah. What if we change it to what if we change it to const expr? Would this work? If so, then we would have to change the macro. Okay, that works. Okay, let's revert all the changes again. Then what we need to do is search for const expr. Const expr. And then here we need to do define const expr nothing. Now we do this. Can also just put it here. Can also just put these two in here. Okay. I think this will work. Let's compile this once to see if it does. Well, I mean, it certainly will compile here. What's the time? 4 hours 42. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so that still compiles. Okay, then let's do the following. We now run our Python script. Where is it? Yeah. We now run all this code let's do print process file okay. Good. So we run first our own processing and then the uncrustify on top, and then we see what happens. Yeah, whether it looks okay or not. My suspicion is it will look jank. Well, we will see. Okay, our own processing is really very fast, but then the uncrustify is very slow. Well, it does more things, right? Yeah. Okay, let's take a look how that looks. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that looks wrong. Okay, so here we already have some. Okay, that's weird. Okay, that I didn't expect that it would keep these. Why? Is it because of the keep extra space? No. Indent with tabs, true. That's weird. Okay, that is unexpected that it does not fix the indentation here. I would have expected that it now removes one level, but it doesn't. Maybe in our pre-processing we have to remove the indentation instead. This is also strange here. Indentation in headers, indentation in class bodies is removed. with uncrustify. Why? Indent braces. Indent braces. Braces are indented to the body level. Well, indent braces. Indent class. Indent class. Okay, I guess that's a problem. Indent class. True. Indent class. What about indent function? Indent class. Okay. Okay, how about we instead of replacing these, we say if is space how about we simply remove all leading white space? Ooh, this could be quite some chaos, right? Let me see. So we do remove trailing white space and leading white space. Line L strip. How about that? Okay, so instead of doing this, we do leading, we remove all leading white space. Let's see what happens then. So that means we leave it to uncrustify to do it. Let's see. So we take all this. Let me reset. Oh boy, there's more. Okay. And then maybe we can just call strip function. Leading and trailing removed. Yeah, okay. And then we can remove this here. Okay, that means we can also remove this here. Okay, let's see what that does. Okay, so it removes all the leading white space. Fair enough. But it now does it also in these. Hold on. Hold on. It should only do it when we are not in the block comment. Can we pass it a... line strip. We need to... let's do len stripped L stripped line len line len. Say if flan line minus that is smaller than line len. Smaller equal line len. Line equals L strip line. Is that correct? If L strip line, oh boy. Let's put a breakpoint in here. So we have line len 0, L stripped, smaller equal line. Okay. It's a bit too complicated, I would say. Can we do it simpler? Quick in an extra. Strip. It would be cool if you could supply a. If you could supply a length here. Maybe we can do line len a strip plus line plus line len like this maybe. So we only strip the line from where we are allowed to, and then we add the rest. Yeah, maybe this will work. Let's see. So line len is now 0. And the line is that, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's assume that this works. Okay, so now it basically does all this shit, okay. Looks wild. Okay. Okay, we shouldn't yeah. Um line no leading space, line dot lstrip, if len this is 0, is larger or equal to, and two equals that, or equals that, then pass, else do that. Okay, let's run this. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so basically we are no longer changing the indentation of these comments. Yeah. We still do though. Okay. Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. I think it's nonsense what we're doing here. It's so hard with these parsers. Yeah. Boah. Yeah. don't know what to say about this. Maybe we should just mass apply format with Clang format, but that would be so brutal. It will just change the whole file. Will be a diff. Like there won't be any single line that will be matching, and it will be just merge hell. Like you can't merge this. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. The best case would be that we can just incrementally, just one by one, touch up these formats. Like fix the leading white space, fix the braces, you know, like slowly one after another. But it's so hard because these tools, they are not made for this kind of approach. They're like, yeah, you apply this from like when you start the project, like fresh, you know. They were never designed to, just by the looks of it, especially Clang format was not designed to apply it retroactively to an existing code base. It was designed to, you start your new project and you start with this formatting and you never change it. You always stick to it until eternity. Because if you then change it, then yeah, good luck. And I think that's awful design. Like they need to design the tools in a way that you can easily upgrade or like make small incremental formatting changes, right? From a code base that is like no formatting standard, like it's all chaos, which is the case here, all chaos. Okay, but the diff is certainly smaller than what we have with Clang format. So there is hope here, but it's too much here, what I'm seeing. It's still too much. Yeah. Okay, so I don't understand why it's touching this here right now. So that's a problem. I think this is fine. I also don't like that it touches this. Like that's not necessary. Just leave it like this, these functions here. Okay, so we have two things to look into, this and this. Yeah, see what's up with that bullshit. I don't mind this here, but it's also weird that it touches that. It wouldn't be necessary. Yeah, all this here wouldn't be necessary. I thought it would not touch it because of this here. Okay, but there is hope because the diffs are not that large, right? There's not much, well, not so much. Like some files have very, very small diffs. There's a lot of white space here, so that needs to be addressed. Yeah. That's weird here. This is weird. Like this it looks so random here. Like here it's the same shit. This has the same formats, but it treats it differently here. Look at this. Why is it doing that? It makes no sense. This makes absolutely no sense. The only difference here is there's a virtual here, pure virtual. This is also weird. Let me see this. Yeah, I suspect again it also screws up here because of this dot here, probably. Yeah. This makes no sense. Like why is this treated differently? That makes no sense. This probably screws up because of this here. This I don't understand. Why is it touching this? Why is it touching this? Keep extra space. There must be some bug in the tool that it does that. This. That makes no sense. Yeah. May I ask, how can we tell Uncrustify to not change brace new line with by default controls brace placement with NL brace? Aha, we didn't check those guys yet. NL. Ignore. Yeah. Okay, we have. Okay, I see a whole lot of ignores here and a whole lot of faults. Function body brace. Ignore. NL func. Leave one-liners. Aha. There we go. Leave one-liners. True. Okay, that will probably fix it. Okay, so that will probably avoid this trouble. But then we still have this trouble. How do we tell Uncrustify to not change new line, to not change white space in lines? To not change, how do we tell Uncrustify to not change white space in lines, except leading white space? Indent with tabs, indent, brace is true. SP, space, else, space. Align, don't align. There must be some option. Align. Don't align or pad. Okay, let's see the align. The align functions. Align, keep tabs. Align on tab stop. Right, keep func params false. That's a lot of options here. Align, left shift. Whether to align lines that start with that, with previous that. Okay, how about we take a break here? It has been over 5 hours. Yeah. It's really hard. This formatting shit is hard. Good. I'm not giving up yet. It looks more promising than what we have with Clang format, but it's still hard. Good. I will take a break here. I wish you a great day or night. Until next time. Goodbye.